Hi everyone, the No Jitter News Desk is on the air. Today, Tuesday, March 28th, 2023. I'm Lisa Schmeiser, the editor-in-chief of No Jitter, which is the news and analysis media site brought to you by Enterprise Connect, of which I'm also the program co-chair. I'll be your host for this portion of the No Jitter News Desk. We're coming to you live from Enterprise Connect 2023 at the Gaylord Palms Hotel in Orlando, Florida. Enterprise Connect is the leading independent conference and expo serving the enterprise communications technology industry. This No Jitter News Desk is bringing you interviews with the leading independent experts in enterprise communications. You'll also be able to watch live streams of Enterprise Connect's keynotes and general sessions here on Enterprise Connect TV. And you may have already seen this morning's keynotes. We've got a couple great hours of interviews for you this afternoon, and I'm delighted to kick it off with Stacy Castor. I'd like to introduce Stacy. She is the Senior Vice President at Rocket Companies, and she's currently focused on the Rock Connections Division. So, Stacy, can you tell us a little bit about what the Rock Connections Division is, and tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, sure. First, it's a pleasure to be here. I love this conference, been here for many years, and it's wonderful every year. So I am at Rocket Companies in the division of Rock Connections, and what we do is we're basically contact centers, and we support other companies. So we help other companies better serve their clients by taking away some of their service and handling their contact centers.
Awesome. And how long have you been in communications technology and in this specific area?
Oh boy, it's been about 8 years coming up on. Time flies.
Yeah. So you and I shared this stage yesterday too. This is not, I'm glad to be here with you again, by the way. We shared this stage yesterday for a Women in Communications general session. We were also joined by Jody Beitler and Sinead Aylward. And I wanted to ask you, what were some of your big takeaways from yesterday's session?
Yeah, it was a great session. Sinead and Jody had some great takeaways too, and on how we help women and helping them get there and what to do. And I think the big thing is the boundaries. We know as women that a lot of times we have personal lives and we have work and trying to balance the two and what we're doing there. So I think the big piece is knowing how to handle those boundaries was a big thing. And then also the networking, making sure that you have that support around you, other women, whether they're at your work or at other places, whether it's personal, whatever, and making sure that you connect with them and support each other to learn from each other.
Yeah, that was one of the points that you made really eloquently, because you talked about an organization that you're part of, which actually starts when people are students, and you have the option to stay with this organization through the arc of your professional life. Can you talk about that just a little more?
Yeah, so I'm in Michigan, and we have, it's Michigan Council of Women in Technology, and they take from 5th graders all the way through college and then into the work life, and they help them get into STEM. And it's specifically around identifying girls that may not realize that STEM is a thing, and they want it, and they teach them what that is and get them all the way through and support them. There's scholarships, there's different competitions, and then we have internships, and then obviously when you're in your work life, you have this great support network of other women in technology too.
That sounds amazing and enviable too. And so we are here at Enterprise Connect, so I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, what are you paying attention to at the show this year?
Yeah, big things I'm paying attention to. Really, I mean, I almost don't want to say it because we hear it every day, probably 50 times a day, but ChatGPT, right? We talk about it. But the reality is, I really do believe it is changing the next part of life. And with us being in communications, like we need to understand what that means and how we can change our business. I also truly believe that if businesses do not embrace it, they will fall behind. Like, this is the year to really understand it. You may not actually implement something into your business, but at least trial some things, see what your clients want, see what's important. So there's a lot of great innovative ideas, and also with the remote hybrid situation on how to better have those conversations too. Saw a lot of great things in the keynotes this afternoon with some great things to help with background noise and making sure people can see you in the camera, and no matter where you're at, you really feel like you're in the room with people. So that was really, really, I'm excited about those things.
Yeah, the WebEx announcements with Cisco were really a big deal.
Yes.
Yeah, I went to a couple of the AI sessions, and some of the audience concerns I thought were kind of interesting, because one person said, I worry that if we incorporate this, our customers will feel as if their experiences are becoming increasingly depersonalized. Is this a concern that you've encountered in any of the things that you've seen, or something that would be something to discuss with your team internally?
Yeah, I think one thing I heard yesterday that kind of goes with that, that I never thought about it this way, but it was very interesting, is that, we had a world where most people were in the office before COVID, but I had some remote team workers. Then we all went remote, right? And
Yeah.
everyone felt like they were on the same level playing field because everyone was in front of the camera.
Yeah.
And now we have people back in the office and still some remote.
Yeah.
Well, the people back in the office actually feel left out, where before it was the other way around.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because the people that are at home, they're checking their emails, they're multitasking, which, some people believe and some people don't.
Yeah.
But the people in the office are losing out on those things. So
Yeah.
it's really interesting, the dynamic shift of how now we're actually helping the people in the office more
Yeah.
than where we were really focused on the people at home.
Yeah. No, that was I remember we heard that in one of the general sessions yesterday.
Yes.
And to bring it back to Cisco for just a minute, one of the things that we heard from Cisco in yesterday's general session was the office should become a magnet, not a mandate. So
Yeah.
I thought that was a really interesting reframing too.
Yeah, I really like that reframing as well. It's
Yeah.
like, different ways to think about it is how we attack all of our business process and our strategy.
Yeah. What are your future plans for the rest of your Enterprise Connect experience?
Oh, wow. So there's some great stuff this afternoon. There's some things this afternoon that they're all happening at once. So I'm actually tag teaming with some other people in the office to say, okay, you go here, we'll go there. The beautiful thing is I think they're going to be available to us. So we'll be able to see that a little bit later too. But yeah, there's so much on
Yeah.
what's going on and what's coming up. I'm really excited.
Excellent. And what are you hoping to see in next year's Enterprise Connect?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say,
It's never too early to start thinking ahead a
yeah.
year.
When you think about conversational AI and automation,
Yeah.
I really want to see some proven case studies. Like
Yeah.
there's some people that are really close and they're getting things in and they're able to talk about them this year.
Yeah.
But now when you have a year under your belt, what else did you learn?
Yeah.
Where we can learn from them
Yeah.
and not have to struggle so hard for the smaller companies too. When you have these large companies with a lot of people behind you,
Yeah.
we want to learn from you guys. So now when we go do it with the
So
smaller companies.
we can lift and shift. Yeah, I went to the conversational AI session this morning, and they had one of the speakers was from Lowe's, and they've been doing quite a lot with conversational AI. And the big insight he shared was we had been looking at data and at this tool from the perspective that the customers had to learn how to speak Lowe's language to get the most out of a conversational AI. He said, we've since flipped the script, and we've been asking ourselves, how can we build out these conversational AI tools that speak their language and then map it to the way we think about our products and our supply chain experience? And I think that might be an insight that we see more of next year, are companies that were like, we can't just build a tool that reflects our internal organization. We really need to reach out and talk to our customers more and ask, what is the data telling us about the customers that we have?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I was actually at that same session.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I really liked that they were talking about was how when IVRs, we did it like a call deflection.
Yeah.
But now with conversational AI, we need to do it as like, what in addition can we add so we can add that extra value for our team members
Yeah.
that now they can focus on other things and we can have the relationships with them that maybe we couldn't have before.
Yeah.
So I really love that mind shift.
yeah, no, it was a great session. It was the conversational AI session at,
Yes, it was.
at 8 a.m. this morning.
Yes, it was. It was a good one for that early.
Yeah, yeah. I had gone to the Monday morning using conversational AI to listen to your customer session as well. And on a related note, the speaker in that session mentioned a financial services client he had where the biggest insight they got from using AI was in taking a look at the pauses in calls to identify sticking points in customer interactions. And that I thought really unlocked the potential of how you could improve human experience, not replace it. So
Yeah, that's
that was
really
a big-
interesting, because you think about what are the words that are being used, are we following the script, but leveraging the pauses, that's a really great idea.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Well, I want to thank you so much for sharing your time and your expertise. It was my pleasure to talk with you, and I hope you have a great rest of the show.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, have a great day. All right. And now it is my tremendous pleasure to introduce my next interviewee, although I don't think she really needs any introduction. I am privileged to talk with Sheila McGee Smith. She is a leading industry analyst and strategic consultant focused on contact center and enterprise communications markets, and she's the founder of McGee Smith Analytics, and she was also the MC, moderator of a fantastic general session yesterday on what comes after CCaaS. I'd like to welcome you first to No Jitter, and I'd like to lead off by asking, you did lead that general session yesterday featuring executives from leading contact center companies. What were your main takeaways from the session, or what did you hear that's been sticking with you?
So the session was titled, What Comes After Contact Center as a Service, right? So I challenged them to give us a sense of what comes next, and included companies that are not necessarily contact center companies, like Salesforce, like Verint, which is more known as a workforce engagement management company, but now more broadly as also a digital engagement platform. So I think one of the takeaways was several of the companies said, I am already doing it, right? So they sort of gave a sense that we think the future is voice plus digital engagement, like doing customer service on your mobile device, and artificial intelligence sort of infused into all of that. We think that's the future. But companies like NICE and Genesys said, we're doing that now. And at some level that makes sense because they are the leaders in the market. And so everyone else does follow that. They do drive the thought leadership in this space. But the Salesforce perspective is always interesting. They did a great job. We know you're the editor of No Jitter.
Yeah.
We did an article a couple of weeks ago on Einstein GPT.
Yeah.
And they had the opportunity to announce that at a Salesforce event a couple of weeks ago. So they kind of were able to jump the gun a little bit and get their GPT announcements out. And I think Ryan Nickel of Salesforce did an excellent job yesterday of laying out how Einstein can be part of so many of the elements of the customer journey. So if I have takeaways, I think it is that there's not a lot of different views. I think the views were fairly common. Part of it was just how far along is everyone in terms of bringing that path to fruition.
All right. And for our audience, would you mind recapping a little bit? You wrote a fantastic piece for us on Salesforce's new Einstein GPT. Could you recap what you think makes it a market differentiator or makes it a game changer? Because you had a really good analysis tucked into the explanation, and I'd love to share it with our audience.
So I think I can actually take it even a little bit more broadly.
Oh, please.
Because before that, I had done an article about the Cognigy approach to generative AI.
Yeah.
And I think what both pieces tried to do is to say, it's not just about OpenAI ChatGPT. It's not about broad consumer tools. When you're in the customer experience space, it's about, I have certain solutions. I have Salesforce. I have Avaya Contact Center. I have Cisco. How do I begin to start integrating those into what I do, right? And part of it is, what are my solution providers doing to enable me to easily incorporate that? So first have them incorporate, but second, the tools like Chatbot, ChatGPT and Bard from Google are generic tools. So we need customer experience specific models and data and customer data driving the use of these. So for me, it's about how do these vendors integrate these great new sort of generic tools with the very specific information that customers need them to use to personalize their interactions. So I think that's the challenge for companies who are saying, there are a lot of companies out there who are saying, oh, I'm starting to use ChatGPT. I have a developer and they can just connect it to my bot. But that's when you end up with, possible issues. So it's integrating it to your existing solution provider. Today at the end of the the Cisco
Yes.
keynote. They did a forward-looking video on what they're calling the self-learning contact center. So just like ChatGPT isn't just all about text, it's also about pictures. You've seen
Yes.
people do their pictures. It's also about video.
Mm.
So think about applying generative AI and creating a Sheila agent that instead of a chatbot, that you're talking to, you go to the Sheila agent because you're an American Express customer,
Yeah.
and you just have a conversation with me. And it's not even just this; it's a better conversation,
It feels it feels more personalized than when you do a phone tree or just a bot.
And that's
Yeah.
actually the one characteristic that everybody says that the generative AI and large language models bring to conversational AI is that ease of conversation. I mean, I love that you can give a prompt that says, tell me the tallest building in the world. And then say, tell it to me in a southern accent. Tell it to me in German. Right? And that that it can become very personal to the situation.
Yeah, contextual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I do know that one of the advantages Zoom has in the contact center market is they already had a fairly robust video integration. So are you keeping an eye on how they're going to be incorporating AI into their future product lines?
So they started Contact Center, announced it here at the show last year.
Yep.
Right? So I think there's a lot of AI work going on at Zoom. I'm not sure it's getting to that contact center stage yet. And to be fair and to repeat, what Cisco showed was sort of, the art of the possible,
Yes.
what we think may be coming. So to your point, though,
Yeah.
we would expect Zoom to be on that as well.
That's right. All right. So moving on to the next question I have for you. What are you paying particular attention to at Enterprise Connect?
What am I paying particular attention to?
Or shall I split that into, aside from ChatGPT?
That's an interesting point. The last question that I asked my panel yesterday was, how do you intend to incorporate generative AI into your solutions, and how quickly do you think your customers will get to 10% adoption? And I was surprised at the answer. First of all 6 of the panelists said it's in every conversation. Every conversations we're having with customers includes discussion of generative AI. One. Number 2, some of them said, we're at 10% now, right? We are already including it in our chat bots. We've already made those connections. And so 10%,
Yeah.
that's not even a real goal. It's we've already achieved that.
Yeah.
So to your point, so what else am I looking at? It's hard to see past
Yes.
what the approaches are by the individual companies. So I will tell you, this morning I went to the Vonage breakfast for analysts, because one of the things I wanted to see was an update post Ericsson acquisition.
Yeah.
Say what is it that's going to be different, interesting, exciting, and they told a very nice story of how they plan to become relevant in a 5G cloud world. And we know we have 5G, but what
Yeah.
does that mean to companies who have CPaaS? What does it mean in terms of how portable applications can become? And so it was a good touch point and update on what Vonage is post acquisition. Same thing. I'm going to tomorrow go to a Mitel analyst breakfast where I want the same kind of an update, right? You've changed who you are. So what is your approach to the market now?
Yeah. Do you have any idea what to expect, or are you just going to sit back and let them tell you?
It's interesting. I always sort of measure the world by how many agents do you have, right? And so we have, Avaya with over 3 million agents. We have Cisco with 3 million agents. Mitel has 1 million contact center agents. Yeah, right. It's surprising. And so what is your plan to help them get into the digital future? So that's what I'm hoping to do.
How do you get 1
tomorrow.
million agents into the digital future? That's a
Well,
great
and you
question
do
I've
it
answered.
step by step is how you do it.
Step by step. Well, Sheila, thank you so much for sharing your time and for further explicating on your general session yesterday. It's been tremendously helpful, and it has been a real pleasure talking to you. Have a great show.
You
I really
too.
appreciate it. All right.
Good luck with your radio.
Thank
I
you.
keep saying radio.
I have a
and
face for
dating
radio.
my step. You have a face for radio. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you all so much for joining us for these first 2 interviews on No Jitter. There will be a brief break, and then Terry Sweeney will be joining us for our next set of interviews. I've been Lisa Schmeiser, the editor-in-chief of No Jitter, which is the news and analysis media site brought to you by this show, Enterprise Connect. And it was my pleasure to host this portion of the No Jitter News Desk.
Welcome back to the No Jitter News Desk here at Enterprise Connect. Terry Sweeney here with No Jitter, and joining me now is Divya Wakankar, Executive Vice President, Enterprise Business and Marketing with Bix. Divya, thank you so much for joining us on the No Jitter News Desk.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let's start with a fairly broad question. I'm curious on your perspective at this. Talk about what emerging communications technologies have to do and what they offer enterprises today.
Yeah, very interesting question. So we are looking at the needs of the enterprise customers initially, right? So enterprises are going through the digital transformation journey. It's kind of very important for them to make sure that they have all the workloads being migrated into the cloud,
Sure.
and their applications are in the cloud. So that's step number one. Then we are also looking into the enterprises looking for the optimization of their cost structure, right, and having operational efficiency. So that's an important aspect. And in addition to that, we see that the customer engagement expectations are going higher and higher, right? So we have to make sure that the enterprises have smarter tools, smarter solutions, and also smarter workforce. And today you can hear a lot about it from the generative AI discussions
Sure.
that's going on at the show. In addition to that, we see a lot of focus on the security, and the compliance, because regulatory compliance is one of a key requirement when you go in different markets around the continents. Right?
Sure.
So these are kind of the emerging needs. And when we talk about the technology there, I think we all have great keynotes that I went through today, Microsoft, Cisco, and RingCentral, and they're talking about how we can have the co-pilot mode helping us through. So the tools are getting smarter. Now we have to make sure that we have the right methodology, the automation and the processes to place these tools so that the workforce can use it and use it in their benefit, right? And there we see a lot of focus coming from enterprises to make sure that the migrations are happening seamlessly.
Sure.
So that's kind of the main focus that we see in the industry.
Yeah,
today.
thanks. You've got such a great global perspective on this, and I'm curious from where you sit and from the customers that you're in regular contact with, what the key challenges are that enterprises are facing from a business perspective.
Yeah, so many enterprises today are still facing and dealing with the legacy systems, and they have a technical debt there, and they're trying to become agile. So, that's a kind of a challenge for them, because where should they put their workforce? What should be their priority? Because you are dealing between priorities and priorities all the time, right? So that's an important aspect that we see today. As I talked about in the previous question, security is something that I think is very
huge.
important. It's huge, right? The spectrum is huge. You can go from the device security to the network security, application layer security. So, this is a huge spectrum, and we have to make sure that all players are doing their role, right? And they are trying to keep the end-to-end transactions secure for the customers, right?
Sure.
So that's an important aspect. And then we also see quite a lot of globalization, right, happening around the globe, right? So it's very important that we are bringing together all continents. There shouldn't be any digital divide between the continents, and I would really like to see all continents at the same par, coming together and
Sure.
having the same kind of smarter tools availability for them.
There's maybe you've heard a work from home trend that's sweeping the globe for some strange, inexplicable reason. Talk about the role that digital communication technology is playing to support the hybrid and remote working that companies and employees are pivoting to worldwide.
Yeah, this is a global trend, right? We see a lot of employees working from home, the contact center agents are working from home. And I recently had a conversation with one of our customer, and we called it a phygital experience. You have a physical and a digital experience, and you would like to have a seamless experience there, right? So that goes together with the smarter tools, right? So you have to make sure that your tools and capabilities are in the cloud, right? You have the workloads there so that it provides seamless experience to people who are working from the office or who are working from home. And there, I think cloud telephony plays a very big role, right? When you enable cloud telephony, that enables these software services, the contact centers or the unified communication tools or the CRMs, right?
Sure.
With the telephony capabilities, which we still need, right? Voice is an important component. We always talk about, the async method of communications like messaging and, other social media channels. But voice is still a critical piece of communication. And we have
Absolutely.
to make sure we have the right channel offered to the customer based on their preference, right? They are the ones who should decide what's their preference.
That's also helpful context. How will cloud expedite this transition to the two-way communications that global enterprises are demanding from these cloud telephony services?
Yeah, so we see quite a bit of demand from the application providers to have cloud telephony capabilities around the globe now. And there you have to look into the security and the regulation aspect, because not every country is VoIP ready today, right? So
course,
that's also an
right.
important element there. So when we go through that, the tools are ready, but then the systems which are supporting it, the networks are not yet ready because the regulations are not ready, right? So we have to work together as an ecosystem, build the ecosystem together and go for it.
Does cloud provide sort of an equalizing factor? Like the local infrastructure may not be ready, but if it's in the cloud, does that simplify rollout and management for you and your customers?
Indeed, it helps, but you really need a last mile there,
Oh,
right?
of course.
And for the last mile, you have to make sure that your telecommunications partner in those specific countries are agreeing to it, and you have to provide the emergency capabilities to your customers, right? So you have to make sure that those basic requirements are covered for your customers. But we are on the right track, I must tell you that. And we are working together, and there we have a lot of education going around in the ecosystem to talk about, and it's an exciting space where you see that it's becoming as a joint, workload that people are sharing and trying to build the solution.
Do you see enterprises somehow monetizing the technologies that they use?
Yes, we see definitely enterprises are trying to monetize with the new business models. So they're in B2B business, you have now B2B2X models, right?
Sure.
So that's coming up quite often
Oh.
these days, where you would like to have an ecosystem there, you have partners in place, you have suppliers, you have customers, and you have system integrators and others, right? So you want to make sure that the whole model is working towards providing the right kind of capability for the end customer. At the end of the day, that's about customer centricity,
Okay.
right? And then secondly, we also look into higher ROI. So, you have to increase your return on investment, and the new technology is helping it. You are going to make flexible and tailored offering towards your end customer. So that's quite a big thing, right?
Sure.
And in addition to that, with the new technology, you can definitely make sure that you have optimized your costs and your operations and taking care of that.
Divya, real briefly, can you just talk a bit about how businesses can future-proof their communication services?
Yeah, that's a very important question. I think they should go for a service provider who is reliable, scalable, and resilient. That's an important aspect, and don't forget the security and the compliance piece. That's a must-have. So I really look forward to enterprises going in this direction, going for a service provider who can take care of these, important aspects for them to bring the businesses life.
Cloud-based communication seems to also offer some future-proofing as well, just by its very nature. Yeah?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So that really makes sense. So we are in the process of, working with the hybrid infrastructure and also with the cloud-based infrastructure where security is taken care of. So, there's a zero trust concept that comes in as well, and we see a lot of Internet of Things also playing a role now. So I see technologies converging together, which is an exciting space right now.
Great stuff. Divya, you've given us quite a glimpse into the future. We really appreciate you stopping by the No Jitter News Desk today. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
We've been talking with Divya Wakankar from BIX, and we are coming to you live here from the Enterprise Connect event in Orlando at the Gaylord Palms Hotel. I'm Terry Sweeney, and contributing editor to No Jitter. And joining me now is Savinay Berry. Savinay, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Good
You,
to
of
be
course, are Executive Vice President, Product Engineering for Vonage.
Yep.
And really appreciate your time here. For viewers who may be new to the concept that you've been popularizing, help us better understand what low-code, no-code is and how it fits into the unified communications market.
Loaded question there. Okay.
Well, a lot
Awesome.
to
a lot
yeah,
to unpack. But
let's
hey,
dive in.
first of all, let me just say thanks for having me over here.
Of course.
You guys do a great job. It's a good place to be.
We
over
appreciate
here
you being
at Enterprise
here.
Connect, and it's a good vibe. So thanks for having me over here. Look, I think low-code, no-code solutions, that buzzword has been around for a very long time.
Sure.
And it's really about trying to make sure you can apply it to something very practical that has business value associated with it. And that's what we focus on, right? So if you, let me take a really simple example. Of course, the buzzword these days is around ChatGPT and conversational AI and what it means for a lot of people. But the concept of enabling chatbots and concept of enabling conversational AI has been around for a while. So how do you do that? How do you create the actual conversation flow? You have to use something to create that flow, right? You have to have some sort of a flow diagram where it says you press 1 to do this, here's an action, you press 2 to do this, here's an action, or potentially even using different messaging channels. So maybe you go down a voice route, maybe you go down a messaging route, maybe you go down a video route. That paper or that diagram itself has to be put on some solution. That solution is the low-code, no-code solution, which enables anybody. It doesn't have to be a developer. It could be a product lead, product manager, a solution consultant. It could be anybody. Could be able to drag and drop these components. We call them nodes and parameters and entities, which can be pulled together and then create this kind of conversation flow with all the embedded functions which come as part of it. You don't have to code anything at all.
Okay. What has been the historical challenge here? Take a deeper cut, if you would, at what low-code, no-code is really trying to address.
Well, the biggest challenge has been how do you enable those applications at scale, which also need to be customized at the last 10% or so. So they're not off-the-shelf applications. They're not a traditional UC application or a CC application you can just deploy, because there's a fair amount of changes that are needed based on your environment, your integrations. You might have a CRM integration on the back end. You might have some applications you need to embed it in. All of those things are required, right? So the biggest challenge it's solving is anybody can build an application which can be customized at that last 10% and be embedded in an existing workflow of the enterprise or the small business.
Saves time, fosters innovation,
saves time,
makes them more competitive.
100%.
Okay.
100%. Yeah, for sure. And it creates real business value. And you don't need to have an army of developers doing the work for you.
So you've kind of addressed a little bit my next question, which is the benefit to the developer community. Obviously, time to develop is vastly shortened.
Yeah.
What are some of the other benefits?
Yeah, it's a kind of an ironical thing, right? When you say to a developer, it's a no-code solution, so the developer's like, hold on a second, are you taking my job away? Because I'm supposed to be the one coding, right? So the conversation becomes interesting, and what you sort of realize is you're taking away the mundane tasks that a developer will need to do. You're taking away all of those repetitive things, like the integrations, like the flow connections, like the rules, which are, they're interesting, but they're not the complex things that need to be done by a developer. So what the developers end up doing is they end up focusing on the really difficult logic, which needs to be enabled for an application to work. So it works really well with a combination of allowing developers to focus on the really hard problems, while simplifying a lot of the repetitive things and creating applications which are so much easier.
Tell us a bit about Vonage's its own low-code, no-code offering, and maybe some of the elements that make it noteworthy.
Absolutely. So we've had our own low-code, no-code solution. It's called AI Studio, which is in the market now for the past year or so. And prior to that, we were using it to build our own conversational AI platform and sell it alongside our CC solution, which was being extremely successful. But what we did was we democratized that then. So we took out that platform and then we put it out in the market and we said, this is our AI Studio solution, which is our no-code, low-code solution. And more recently, actually, just in this Enterprise Connect show, we announced what's called the AI Acceleration Suite,
Okay.
which is a combination of the no-code, low-code solution plus some solutions or pre-packaged solutions which can be used by customers. Think campaign management, think meetings functions. So these are pre-built templates
Okay.
that are built on leveraging some of the low-code, no-code capabilities, and we package them all together into what we're calling this AI Acceleration Suite, which has gotten some really good traction from our customers.
So just a point of information around AI. It's obviously become a hugely popular marketing term.
Yes.
I'm wondering if, from your perspective, do customers expect suppliers and service providers to be active in that space, either with words and marketing verbiage and of course actual technology? It feels like it's overused a lot and of course also not really well understood.
Yes. Yes. So it's kind of like cloud, right?
Sure.
People used to talk about cloud in the early 2000s, but it wasn't till almost 2020 where the concept of cloud really got immersed in every single thing that we are doing. And AWS became what it became, and hyperscalers became
Right.
what it became, right? So over time, it took almost 20 years. So the concept of AI, yes, it's been a buzzword, but I do think we're at an inflection point where you have things like ChatGPT now coming in and large language models, which is going to be a massive accelerator to making tangible use cases leveraging AI. Now, we've been in that business for some time, so we see it. I, being a product guy, one of the things that I want to do is make sure that if we put out something, there's real customer value behind it, there's real tangible benefits behind it, versus just a buzzword that has absolutely no meaning for a customer.
Sure. That's really helpful and great perspective on that. What about an organization looking to decide if low code, no code is right for them? What advice do you have for them
Yeah.
about getting started there?
It's a good question. So I'd say, first of all, look at what your requirements are for building applications which otherwise you're having trouble doing, but whether it's because you don't have enough developers or you have, the macro environment is tough right now. So if you've retrenched and now you need to still do the business, so you do need to do some integrations with your CRM capabilities, maybe you need to build a conversational app or a chatbot or something like that. Look at those things and look at the resources you have. If there's a disconnect between the two, look at a no-code, low-code solution.
Okay.
Because that might be a good way to start, and it can be done by people who don't write code, and they can build out applications, deploy them as well in production, and be able to test it out. And if it works, then scale it, because you might be surprised on the number of capabilities you get as a result of that.
In that same vein, AI is often used synonymously with automation.
That's right.
I imagine you might also dig down with customers around what is it you're looking to do with AI?
That's right.
It may or may not be automation.
Yep.
What do you find there?
We find, a lot of different use cases. One of the more important ones is about how you talk to your end customers. So if you are in a retail business, if you're an insurance business or anything, you're obviously talking to your end customers. How do you know which channel you want to reach out to them with? How would they communicate back to you? How would you get a conversation started with them over messaging versus just a one-way notification you send to them? How would you know what their behavioral identity might look like? Like, do they want to respond back on a Monday versus a Tuesday versus something else? So it's the intelligence behind the user data, which is really helpful to surface these moments, and these moments can be used for connecting with those end customers, and that's where AI comes in.
It also starts to filter the serious inquiries from
Absolutely.
those who are
Yeah.
just checking the box around AI.
Exactly. And then, of course, I mentioned ChatGPT earlier, but the concept of communicating with your end customers as a chatbot, chatbots were in a pretty bad shape for a long time. It felt very robotic, right? That's why it's called a bot, not a human, not a chat human, it was a chatbot, so it felt very robotic. But now with the large language models, the human interface I think is going to start changing as well. And combine that with some of the vertical data models that exist in contact center space and other places, you're going to see a massive change in the way that customers will be able to talk to companies
Sure.
at scale.
Great stuff, Savinay. Thank you so much for walking us through some of the finer points of low code, no code, as well as AI in the marketing ecosystem.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Sounds
thanks
good.
for joining
Thanks
us.
for having me. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks for doing the No Jitter News Desk.
Yeah.
We've been talking with Savini Berry from Vonage. This has been Terry Sweeney for the No Jitter News Desk. If you'll stay tuned, we'll be queuing up a session that we recorded yesterday with Five9 about the Intelligent CX platform. We'll also be talking with T-Mobile after that. You're not going to want to miss these. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the No Jitter News Desk here at Enterprise Connect. Terry Sweeney, contributing editor with No Jitter, and I am joined now by Genefa Murphy, Chief Marketing Officer with Five9. Genefa, thanks so much for doing this today. Good to see you.
Awesome, I'm glad to be here.
We are talking about the Intelligent CX platform. Help us understand better what that term means and how it may differ from something like unified communications or CCaaS solutions.
Yeah, so I think if you think about UC, so Unified Communications and CCaaS, Cloud Contact Center as a Service, those are really a subset of the broader customer experience ecosystem. And so when we think about the Intelligent CX platform, there are three parts. The first is that if you're thinking about CX, then you're thinking about a broader set of stakeholders. You're thinking about IT, you're thinking about contact center, you're thinking about operations, marketing, support. If you're talking about platform, it's all about composability and extensibility. How can you open up your platform to welcome in competitors even, partners, making sure that people can share data. That's really, really key. And then the last part is the intelligent part. We are at the perfect storm between AI, automation, and analytics. Now is the time that we can leverage and unleash all of that in order to be able to get intelligence that can then help guide the processes.
Let's take a deeper cut if we can at that,
Sure.
that term intelligence or intelligent. In the case of contact centers, like how does the intelligence in these platforms make itself known? What processes does it enable or take advantage of?
Yeah, so for example, if I look at Five9, one of the solutions that we've brought to market is AI Insights, artificial intelligence insights, and that takes advantage of basically looking at all of the data, for example, within a contact center and suggesting, providing insights, well, where should you automate? What are common interactions that are coming into the contact center? Where should you focus your efforts? Are the most people calling in about support issues, about changing their password? So that's really what it's about. It's how do you surface the right information to the right stakeholders so that they can make quick and impactful decisions.
Does the AI piece of this suggest that there's also iterative improvements, that it's learning from itself and making the platform smarter and react more intelligently over time?
100%. It's all about continuous learning and then feeding that back into the organization and using it to create an advantage for both the customer experience and the employee experience, and to be honest with you, the business experience,
Okay.
right? Getting the ROI. So it's definitely about continuing and iterative learning.
Talk, if you will, about the organizations that this solution is intended for, the company types or maybe specific use cases you
Yeah.
might envision.
So for example, I mean, we serve customers across all different industries. Financial, healthcare, retail happen to be some of our larger ones, and higher education. So you asked about a use case, things like prescription refill.
Okay.
So being able to call into a service, an intelligent virtual agent, and automatically be able to do your prescription refill. Never have to speak to an agent. When you call in, we know who you are, what prescriptions you've got, when they're available to you. Do that in an automated fashion. And if you don't want to have a conversational experience, maybe you swap over to a text channel as an example. So that's a great use case for healthcare. Prescription refill, great way to automate. Don't ever have to come into an associate or an agent. Easy for the customer, better for the business.
So it seems like it embraces the customer, the supplier, anybody that's part of the supply chain. You really are integrating something much more broadly than just, say, the customer organization's own databases.
Exactly, and that's the key to platform, right? So platform is all about being open, being able to ingest data that's going to make the customer journey more fluid, remove friction. So that's the key with the platform. It's bringing the different pieces of data in order to benefit either the agent or the customer.
Okay. also curious what advice you might have for customers who are, say, kicking the tires, really looking at this as a possible solution. What advice do you have for customers who may be wondering if an intelligent CX platform is right for them?
So I think the key is you've got to start somewhere.
Sure.
Right, that's the key. I come from an app dev background, and when people were looking at DevOps as an example, the first piece of advice was start somewhere. You can start small, you can start big, but you've got to think about where am I going to maximize the amount of ROI for my business, and go and tackle that problem and see, for example, can I reduce the number of agents? Can I use automation and AI to be able to offset those costs in a different way? So I think the best piece of advice is get going, get started, but be thoughtful. Because it's very, very easy to jump in with both feet when you're looking at an intelligent CX platform, and you get promised the world, but you really need to think about what business processes matter most to me, as an
Sure.
example.
What I'm hearing inside of that is a certain amount of modularity, that it grows, to use your phrase, intelligently, in a way that makes sense for the business, makes sense for the customers, the applications, that kind of thing.
It's practical. I mean, that's at the core of it. It's practical. It's pick the first use case, get it done, then keep moving on, keep adding, right? And there are going to be some places where, for example, you maybe don't want to use AI and automation. Having human interaction is better, and that's okay. You can do both.
Five9 talks a lot about this idea of the CX promise. Tell us what that means, the CX promise.
So the CX promise is our customer commitment to basically say we are going to be with you from day one to forever, so that you can deliver on your promise to your customers.
That's great stuff. How can listeners learn more about Five9?
So if you go to five9.com, you'll be able to learn all about the CX promise, and you can always follow us on Twitter. We've got a pretty good set of discussions that happen on social media as well. So just go to five9.com or follow us on @Five9 on Twitter.
Jennifer, great stuff, great context on the intelligent CX platform. Thanks for joining us on the NoseJitter News Desk today.
Excellent, thank you for having me.
We've been talking with Jennifer Murphy, CMO of Five9. This has been Terry Sweeney for the NoseJitter News Desk. We're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll be continuing the conversation with T-Mobile. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the No Jitter News Desk here at Enterprise Connect 2023. Terry Sweeney here, contributing editor to No Jitter, and joining me now is John Rodriguez, Senior Manager for Enterprise Applications at T-Mobile. John, thank you for joining us on the No Jitter News Desk today.
No, my pleasure. Thanks for having us.
We've been talking about the concept of the connected worker. For viewers who may be new to that term, talk a bit about what it is, how it's changing the way we think about the modern workplace.
Yeah. So actually, the connected worker is actually fascinating. So it's evolved in so many different ways. I like to define it as a worker who's being influenced by technology and digital means, right? So that includes everything from these powerful computers that we put into our pockets every day to being able to leverage the invisible airwaves around us for high-speed wireless technology such as 5G networks that carriers utilize, all the way to cloud-based systems that actually plug us into our internal networks and tools that we need on an everyday basis to actually function. And there's so much that goes into that these days in terms of cloud-based solutions that people really aren't aware of how much they're utilizing cloud in their workspace today. And that's changing the modern workplace. People are now expected to be more efficient, more reachable,
right,
accessible anywhere, anytime, on any device around us. No longer just the cell phone, right? It's any device.
Well, I'm struck by the fact that the connected worker has a variety of options for connectivity. It's not just like, that's my data line. Those days are gone.
Those days are long gone, yes. And then the whole modern workplace has evolved because no longer are we in an actual office anymore. That's definitely changed the whole landscape.
Interesting. Talk about how you see the connected worker helping to accelerate this whole digital transformation trend.
Okay, so I think the connected worker is helping to drive other types of communication. So by that I mean, it's no longer just the traditional voice that people want to communicate with. It's messaging. It's all sorts of messaging platforms, to even the consumer messaging platforms, because our customers are influenced by their customers. And there's a need for WhatsApp and WeChat and all these other means of communication.
Slack and Teams and the whole panoply of collaboration tools.
Yeah, and it's forcing customers to really want more flexibility in their communication systems, and thus the need to unify the communication platforms, right? Being able to provide enterprise-grade phone systems along with business messaging platforms in conjunction with collaboration tools, all under a single platform, is what we're kind of hearing from customers, what they're looking for.
Okay, you mentioned some of the options, I guess, that connected workers have at their availability. Talk about what you see as some of the essential elements of both communications and collaboration services for today's connected worker.
Okay, essential elements, I can rattle off a bunch of them, so I would kind of keep it simple, and that's actually one of the first ones. So simple, I hear that often from customers. They want simple, they want easy, they want scalability, and they want integrations. And last but not least, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this, AI, right? Sprinkled kind of all over it. So not complex. I think we've got enough complexity in our lives these days that we don't want more complexity. And that kind of leads into the simple statement. So customers want simple solutions that are easy to use and easy to manage. If you don't take the both into consideration, you're going to have solutions that aren't going to be adopted by your employee base, which are going to then just sit there and you're wasting your money.
Sure.
And on the flip side, the admin side has to also be considered, because you can't deploy things that are complicated to deploy and difficult to manage. So the two go hand in hand. I mentioned scalability, and I wasn't just talking about scalability in terms of sheer numbers, right? Low number of employee count versus high. That definitely has to be considered, but more scalability in terms of technology, right? Whatever you deploy needs to adjust to the changing demands that we are constantly faced with. Case in point, collaboration tools. If you don't have a stable bandwidth environment, you're going to hear that, right? In the actual end user experience, from a call or to a video call, you're going to see some flux in the jitter on the video itself, in and out, and that leads to a poor end user experience. So all of these things need to be taken into consideration, along with integrations into back-end platforms like help desk systems, CRM applications, ERP applications, and basic productivity tools. And then you sprinkle in, like I mentioned before, artificial intelligence for real-time information so that you can actually make get meaningful insights from the day-to-day activity
Sure.
of your employee base.
It seems to me that when we talk about digital transformation, really what's underneath the covers is this transition to cloud. I mean, all these services are migrating to the cloud,
Yes.
both from a service provider perspective, but also from the end users. And are those interchangeable? I'm curious about your perspective there.
Yeah. So I'm seeing a lot more go into the cloud, and we're actually helping so many customers across so many different industries leverage the cloud in so many ways. I can give you a handful of examples. From a finance perspective, we're seeing traders, wealth managers, we're helping them stay in compliance with their regulatory needs by offering them cloud solutions that are able to capture their voice conversations with their clients, their messages with their clients, and then offload that to their archival platforms. Doctors and patients being able to leverage cloud-based solutions to provide better health care. Same thing for drivers on the roads that we drive on, making the roadways safer because now they're able to utilize scorecards and better optimize the driving experience from a safety perspective.
Right, road conditions in real time.
In real time. And probably the best example I can give you is something that we use internal to T-Mobile. Basically a collaboration platform that unifies our entire experience, and one that has AI built into it, and I can't see ever going back to a day where I didn't use it.
Sure.
As an example, I actually no longer take notes if I'm utilizing that system because it records all my conversation, along with in a meeting, it'll record everyone's conversation, it'll capture it, it'll transcribe it, and I can easily access my conversation from a year ago if I remember just one nugget of information.
That's powerful. You talked a bit about customer requirements. Could we shift it slightly to talking about customer pain points that you're hearing about regularly from the customers that you're in contact with?
Yeah, pain points, besides the norm, what I consider the norm are cost savings and security.
Sure.
Others that I'm hearing about are connectivity agnostic solutions. They want to be able to leverage 5G services.
Sure.
Anywhere, anytime, on any device. The other big one is, especially this came out of the pandemic situation, there are too many tools out there.
Sure.
Companies have deployed multiple collaboration platforms or other productivity tools, and employees are kind of stuck with, I don't know which one to reach for to communicate with different people or groups.
Yeah,
internal or external. It's confusing.
What does T-Mobile bring to the market that differentiates it from the competition?
Yeah, so T-Mobile is uniquely positioned, and probably more so because of our DNA. So we put the customer first, and everything that we do is really customer-centric first and foremost. So with that, we actually have created solutions for customers based on what we've actually heard from them in terms of pain points. We've hired internal folks that come from specific industries and have industry knowledge for years and years and years, so that not only can we hear a customer's challenge, things that keep them up at night, but also be able to intelligently talk to them in their language, in their lingo, about that industry. And that's powerful. But more so also on the side of being able to provide them with solutions, things like connecting people, places, and things.
Sure.
Collaboration tools. Dialpad is the solution that I use internally and our customers are taking advantage of. Multiline is that solution that keeps traders and brokers compliant. Then we've got IoT solutions as well.
It's the full panoply. John, thank you so much for joining us on News Desk today. This is great context for cloud communications and collaboration. Really appreciate you joining us.
It's been my pleasure, Terry. Thank you.
We've been talking to John Rodriguez of T-Mobile. We are coming to you live here from Enterprise Connect 2023 in Orlando. I'm Terry Sweeney, contributing editor to No Jitter, and we are here for the rest of the day today, coming to you live streaming from the Gaylord Palms Hotel in Orlando. Enterprise Connect, of course, annual event here in Orlando, and as we move now to our next guests here on the No Jitter News Desk, I'm delighted to welcome both Nick Parmar and Sriram Sampath, both of Tata Communications. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Appreciate you doing the No Jitter News Desk today.
Beautiful day in Florida. No complaints.
It's always a beautiful day,
Yes.
right? So we've been talking about the global hyper-connected system. Tell us a bit about that and why Tata Communications is so focused on these terms of hyper-connected and global. Break that down for our
Absolutely.
viewers.
Business ecosystems have become very complicated in the recent few years. Everybody is looking for some different outcomes. There are a lot of siloed systems and architectures. And at the end of the day, people, businesses, employees, customers, systems, devices are all hyper-connected. And this requires a seamless architecture and connectivity in system. At Tata Communication, we firmly have those architecture and connectivity available, and we will be the digital fabric to connect this ecosystem to provide the right business outcomes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Would you like to add to that?
Yeah, sure. And we look at both connected workforce and connected customers. So the solutions that we provide ensures that it's just not the connectivity, but it's the integration amongst all the systems that we need to have in place, and also the solutions that we deploy connects the ecosystem together. When we mean by ecosystem, we're talking about partners, we're talking about different vendor solutions, we're talking about our own products and solutions, and a lot of connectivity happening between Internet of Things. So we have solutions for that as well. So as a whole, we provide a connected ecosystem to the.
So the full length of the
Yes.
supply chain, up and
Yes,
down,
yes,
and all the
yes.
requirements that come with all the parties that are weighing in with their own requirements.
Exactly.
Correct.
With the right business outcomes.
That sounds complicated.
It is complicated, but that's where Tata Communications shines because of our DNA and the breadth of products
Sure.
which we have. And that's the reason the whole hyper-connected ecosystem is our next go-to-market positioning of our products and services.
The customer experience, as expected, is always a big topic of conversation here
Absolutely.
at Enterprise Connect. And I'm wondering if you guys can speak to what you see as the future of CX, and in there, how does CCaaS and CPaaS technology drive what many hope is a seamless customer experience?
Absolutely. So everything which we do within my portfolio of business is all around creating that unique customer experience. Customers these days are demanding, they want brands to be available at every time, always on in the channel of their preference to provide that seamless experiences. At Tata Communications, we have two portfolio of products, but on the overall arching portfolio, it's called CIS, which is a customer interaction suite. Think of this as a Microsoft suite where you have Word and Excel and PowerPoint to do different applications. In the same way, we have our DIGO, Tata Communications DIGO, which is our CPaaS platform.
Okay.
And then InstaCC, which is our contact center platform. And we have also built a lot of integrations between those two. So the customer remains the same. Why give them a siloed experience? So we are talking about early on, which would be pre-sales, during when we are transacting, and post-sales. We are providing a seamless customer journey through different products and services within that layer of CIS.
Would you like to add anything to that?
Well, on the UCaaS space specifically, we provide an end-to-end managed capability for the customers. So we have a platform called Global Rapid, which we launched a couple of years ago. That's evolved over a period of time. We now have launched the second version of that. That provides an end-to-end service in terms of assessment when customers are moving from an on-prem environment to the cloud environment, or they're moving to a hybrid environment which is here to stay.
there are lots of assessment requirements that needs to be done to make sure that when we are moving them to cloud, the right configurations are taken, right policies are applied, and so on. So we provide that, followed by managing, onboarding the customer onto the new environment in the cloud. So we work with large UCaaS players to provide that services, monitoring them, not just the network and voice, but also the usage, how people are using it, where are the challenges, is the quality good, and so on and so forth, monitoring the devices, and providing an adoption services on top of that. So that's where we operate.
Thanks for that. So we've been talking about the customer experience. Something that maybe gets less attention is the employee experience. Obviously, they're a bit different, but how does Tata Communications drive the employee experience of
Sure.
collaboration?
So Global Rapid extends to that employee experience as a whole, right? So we're talking about employees working out of office, working out of home, working out of anywhere, and then there's a hybrid. People come to office a few days to work, they work from somewhere else.
Sure.
So providing a consistent, secure connectivity to those work experiences, providing the right devices and capability, whether I work from home or from office, the data that I need to have access to should be always there. That's number one. Then the communication experience, when I communicate with my fellow employee or when I communicate with my customers, how do I stay within my ecosystem, be sure that I'm able to do all of that and do my job well. So all of that comes under as part of our core capability. And as I said, this Global Rapid is an end-to-end service. So we provide a lot of capability in terms of managing an SBC for our customers, so they don't have to manage it on their own. We take care of third-party career management processes, so customer can just work with us and not worry about several different players. And we also provide the devices capability, monitor them, make sure that the employee as a whole is covered,
Sure,
not just a section
sure.
of that.
And just to kind of add to that, right? So the way we drive the employee experience, of course, because of all our products and services, but we also provide the end-to-end connectivity and the SLA.
Okay,
Right?
all right.
With the right regulatory, I would say, touch points in different regions, because we are a global company. So that's one thing. And we always feel that a happy employee brings a good CX as well. So, happiness is contagious. So when you keep your
Well
employees
said.
happy,
Sure.
the outcomes are not within the organization. It kind of spreads through the external, which is your CX. So going back to your earlier question, that's an integral part of how we look at the whole CX experience.
Tata Communications, of course, works with customers all across the globe. Can you share some customer success stories with us?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a global, I would say, food and car hailing company globally, and I'm talking about something which is not local here. It's actually really global, started in APAC region, which has a very complicated regulations. So we've been able to provide them services in many different languages and also adhering to all the local regulations. And then there's another, I would say, one of the top 5 food delivery company in where there are 4 or 5 different layers, where this is the customer, there's the contact center, there's the driver, the restaurant, and how do we brought all that, talking about the digital ecosystem or hyper-connected system, how we brought all together to reduce their total cost of ownership and also the customer wait time to less than 5 minutes. And this was all done through our different product lines.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
A couple of examples that I could share is one is a manufacturing company. They have offices in about 21 different countries, and for them migration was a big task and moving from on-prem to a completely cloud-enabled ecosystem. So that was a very big project for us. It was a very big project for them. So getting them onboarded, making sure that their operations don't suffer, making sure that the employees are having all those tools and processes to make sure that their work happens was a big project that we almost finished. Now it's about the last phase of completion. The other one is a very large airlines in the Pacific, where we were selected just because of our capability to understand the current ecosystem and move them to the cloud, and also have the ability to manage their devices, equipment, and the third-party service providers that they have. So it's not that we can service them in all countries. We have 31 countries where we cover, but there are certain countries where they want to continue with their existing service provider, but we help them to cover that as well by taking that on us. So that's the two things I would like to say.
Nick and Sriram, can we close out by just getting your own predictions around the future of unified communication and collaboration? Can you be a bit brief here? We were up
Sure,
against.
I'll go first. So definitely hybrid is here to stay. and then the offices
Sure.
are redesigning themselves to make sure that the employee experience get better and better. I mean, 2 days ago we launched JamV, our new product, which is a calling application on your phone and desktop to make sure that employees have an ability to call a PSTN or a mobile number, and bundle that with our another capability, which is a global data covering capability from our Move product, which is an eSIM that gets configured on your phone. So irrespective of where you are, you have seamless data connectivity and calling connectivity to make calls and receive calls worldwide. So we are doing all these, making sure that we are up to speed on what the industry wants and where the company is expected to go by our customers.
All right, and the last, I would say we are strongly positioned to provide the TX here, total experience,
Sure.
which includes the CX, customer, EX, and any HX, which is anything which is hyper-connected. So thank you for having us.
Well, Nick and Sriram, we appreciate you joining us on the No Jitter News Desk today. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm Terry Sweeney with the No Jitter News Desk, contributing editor with No Jitter, and we are coming to you live from the Enterprise Connect 2023 event here at the Gaylord Palms Hotel in beautiful Orlando, Florida. I am happy to welcome now to the news desk Jonah Fink, president of Net2Phone. Jonah, thanks so much for joining us today on the No Jitter News Desk.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure is mine.
Glad you're here.
Thank you.
Would like to start with you talking just some context about call center as a service and the market trends that are driving it. Maybe a good place to start is just what the customer pain points are that are driving the whole CCaaS trend.
Yeah, it's in fact a question that's very pertinent to an experience that I had last night that I'd like to share.
Same.
A colleague of mine that is here with Enterprise Connect, he wanted to reschedule his flight back home, and it literally took an hour on the phone with a major airline to resolve what I think is a very simple question mark and solution that we need to provide for. If the call went for an hour, we spoke to 3 different people and it was not resolved. I think that's a perfect sort of picture or scenario that we're looking to solve for our customers around the world.
It feels kind of shocking that in 2023 it took that long and yet no resolution on top of it.
Yeah, it was really, really unbelievable. And think about the cost structure of that call. So you hang up, that call alone probably cost a few dollars just to implement, between speaking to 3 different agents, not resolving, wait time on hold. So I think that answers your question specifically. We drive that customer experience, and the trend is to automate those customer experiences.
A parallel trend that is, I think, also unique to call centers as a service is moving the functionality, security, and management to the cloud to change up the call center equation. How's that? Give us a progress report on that trend, if you will.
It's actually a simpler transition to move off metal to go to the cloud. Many of the customers today, we're actually in that education process. There's really 2 experiences that we have today. One is the displacement, where they're using another type of solution. Maybe it's on metal, maybe it's on cloud, but maybe it's more of just this first-time evolution for the customer. We play a lot in the underdeveloped market, so CCaaS is still very new. So at times moving to the cloud could actually build for a much more easier transition. We spend a lot of time in that focusing on that onboarding aspect, that training aspect and the onboarding aspect, and really that's an educational piece that is really, really important. How easy is the onboarding? How intuitive? And today we are more and more in that sort of self-kiosk portal experience where maybe we just in front of one screen instead of speaking to 10 people to be onboarded, and that's a very important focus for those customers that are looking to just transition to the cloud.
So as you also transition, how does the transition from a conventional call center to CCaaS begin to impact the customer experience? Talk about some of the critical CX features and outcomes that might help us avoid the fate of your friend last night.
Yeah, I think that it's all based on intelligent routing, skill-based routing, and these are decisions that if humans are making, I think we're going to continue to see delay after delay within that process. I think software needs to be put at work to be able to sort of bio-authenticate, to be able to ask, if you will, canned questions that could receive canned responses. So much of the experience that my colleague experienced last night was a standardized experience experience, which I think could have been resolved within minutes. So this idea of being able to move to software, let the software do the work for you, really making sure that you're speaking to the right agent, you're speaking to the right people that have the right answers, and that could all be done with software.
Shifting gears to the whole work from home trend, I think we're all basically in agreement that work from home is really not going to go away even as the pandemic begins to recede. This has really become standard operating procedure for most organizations. How do you see CCaaS embracing this work from home model? What are some of the special challenges here?
I think the whole work from home scenario that the pandemic so much triggered for us was almost this ideal educational platform for us to really understand what is remote, what is virtual, and how can cloud sort of feed into that. So I think, you know, we sort of struggled with the pandemic, but the pandemic was definitely an educational platform for technology, for automation, for software, being able to really be efficient and to succeed in an untethered environment where you do not have to be sort of sitting in corporate. You could have those contact center functionality remotely. So much so that technologies are built now that we're able to monitor that agent sitting from home or sitting from the airport or sitting on their mobile.
Sure.
Similarly to how those monitoring skills were done when everybody was in, we're able to extend that cloud aspect and being able to put in monitoring and all of those efficiencies against metrics and KPIs, even when your staffing is sort of out of office.
So flexibility, cost savings, performance,
and just being nimble, just being able to sit anywhere in the world. You know, we're in 9 international markets, and being able to sit in an international airport and be able to do your work is something that I think, you know, really the world is moving into.
Yeah, and the expectation that it's seamless.
Seamless, absolutely, and that starts from the onboarding. The onboarding needs to be seamless all the way down to the full A to Z deployment.
I guess the other trend that is in the air here very much so is the idea that organizations will end up adopting some hybrid of both CCaaS and UCaaS, using each solution where it makes the most sense economically, logistically. Do you view these services as complementary? What's your expectation of how they'll evolve over the next year and a half?
Yeah, I absolutely view them as complementary. Our go-to-market first with UCaaS has allowed us now to get into CCaaS conversations. So CCaaS conversations are really allowed critical workflows that the enterprise requires, whereas UCaaS is a little bit more about the dial tone, the message, and the video. CCaaS is about the different types of problems and pain points and experiences that these enterprises are looking to solve. So as we're already in the door with UCaaS, we could then have those experience-based conversations which have a perfect foray into some of the features and the functionalities that our CCaaS solution can offer.
You mentioned that Net2Phone is currently in 9 markets. Talk about how Net2Phone plans to scale and even some of your expansion plans for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're very, very strong in LATAM. We have our eyes and ears to the ground in other underdeveloped markets. We think the underdeveloped markets are very much ripe for these new technologies. And, you know, working with the channel, working with carriers in some cases with our go-to-market has really been allowing us to open up to many markets around the world, having a very strong hold on language, currency, culture, ensuring that our product sets are really tailored for these individual markets is something really where Net2Phone shines.
What do you notice in terms of the different markets you've entered with the geographic diversity? What does that mean in terms of requirements? Our requirements can't be cookie cutter. Talk about what you're hearing and seeing there.
Yeah, Brazil's one case, right? Regulatory is not the same as it is in Mexico, for example. So, you know, taxes, regulatory, customs, just being able to get your product into the market. You know, by Net2Phone having our feet on the street, so to speak, in all these markets, we figured that all out. So literally our product is available today in 9 international markets, and the formation or the ingredients have all been sorted out in terms of our go-to-market. Services being delivered, hardware is being delivered, experiences are being delivered.
Okay, are you bumping up against vestiges of the old PTT and monopoly carrier
in many of these markets, we actually act as the CLEC and ILEC ourselves under the parent company IDT. So, you know, it's interesting, I was having a conversation earlier today. It takes us 1 day to port a phone number in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and we all know here in the United States it could take up to 2 weeks. Interesting dynamics in some of these international markets, but by the parent company IDT being that license holder, being that telco, and then combining it over the top with our cloud capabilities is a 1-2 punch that we're really proud of.
What about technical requirements diversity? Wireless backup or specific bandwidth or throughput requirements? Specific applications that need, say, quality of service considerations. How does that come up?
Super, super important, and these are challenges that we face internationally, and again, a company like IDT Net2Phone has figured it out. This is years of working on voice compression, ensuring that that voice is compressed to its highest compressive value set in markets where bandwidth, for example, could be challenged, or in some of these remote locations, it could be even more challenging. So the years of concentration on compressing and technology delivered locally. So we're locally within these markets. We're not hauling the traffic back to the US or North America or anything like that. If you're making a phone call from Sao Paulo to Rio, that call's not going back to Newark, New Jersey.
Sure.
So keeping your data local, keeping your traffic local really helped us minimize some of the challenges that you'd expect within these markets.
Does that give you a competitive edge as you enter these new markets?
Quality's number one, right? When we
Sure.
talk about QoS in your question before, quality number one, and that really still remains as the key metric for your market success. So absolutely, having that stronghold, having that knowledge set of being able to deliver quality of service within these markets makes all the difference in the world compared really on your battle card.
All right. What are you hearing here in the air at Enterprise Connect? What are some of the interesting topics that
Wonderful
are top of mind?
new technologies that we're looking to continue to layer on with our embedded suite of solutions. So beyond the opportunity to talk to our customers and talk to our partners, we see wonderful technologies. Really, this is a learning platform for us, and we're really pleased to be here.
Well, we really appreciate you coming by the No Jitter News Desk today. Great perspective on CCaaS and UCaaS and the global communications and collaboration market.
Thanks for having me.
Jonah Fink of Net2Phone, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We've been talking with Jonah Fink of Net2Phone. This has been Terry Sweeney with the No Jitter News Desk. We are coming to you live from the Gaylord Palms Hotel in Orlando. We're going to take a short break here, and when we return, I'll be handing the microphone over to my colleagues at Omdia for some market perspective. There's some great stuff ahead. We'll see you back in just a few minutes.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the No Jitter News Desk here at Enterprise Connect. I'm Adam Holtby. I'm a principal analyst with Omdia. Delighted to be with you today. Thank you very much for taking the time out to join us. I am joined by my esteemed guest and colleague, Brent Kelly. Brent, it's great to see you. How are you doing today?
Adam, I'm great. It's really good to be here with you. Thank you so much.
Excellent, perfect. Brent, if you'd just like to give us maybe a brief introduction to yourself and the research that you undertake at Omdia. I mean, I know it very well, obviously. I work with you day in, day out, but for the viewers at home, it would be great to learn a little bit more about yourself and the research that you do at Omdia.
Sure, happily. So I cover a lot of things associated with voice infrastructure and unified communications as a service. So when we think about those kinds of elements, I cover on-premises PBXs, and I cover some of the plumbing that makes those work, like SIP trunking,
right,
session border controllers, and so forth. I also cover the unified communications market as a service, so this would be Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Cisco WebEx, 8x8, RingCentral, all of these companies, with the caveat that they typically will have a telephone line involved with those. We have a colleague here at Omdia that covers the meeting side of the business, of the UCaaS business, and I cover the telephony side of that UCaaS business. So I do all of those kinds of things. I cover the unified communications as a service market in terms of revenue, and I'm now looking at market share and so forth. So there's some really interesting things going on here.
So quite busy by the sounds of things.
There's
Brent.
never lack of things to do.
Yeah, on that then, so what's kind of prevalent in terms of the projects, the deliverables that you're producing at the minute in terms of that research? What are you working on? What's kind of interesting in that particular space?
Well, I've just delivered 2 of my quarterly deliverables. So that is a look at the enterprise voice equipment market. That's the on-premises PBXs and associated things with that. And then I have recently done the session border controller market and the VoIP gateway market, which that latter market is a smaller market, but nevertheless super important. Once I get back from Enterprise Connect, then I will be looking at this telephony-based unified communications service. So as an example, why is this exciting? Well, for example, Cisco today announced 10 million WebEx calling licenses.
Right.
Okay. This market is growing like crazy. Microsoft last year announced that they had 12 million, and I've made some estimates as to what they have at the end of the year. So what I'm going to be doing for about 15 or 16 of these, let's call them UCaaS, telephony-enabled kinds of solutions, I will be looking at those vendors of these services and crafting a market share for this market in terms of primarily seats and revenue.
Right.
So that's really exciting. I haven't seen anybody else that's really done it at that level of detail.
Yeah.
So that's exciting to me, among other things that I'll be working on.
Kind of the growth that you mentioned there in terms of the numbers that Cisco and Microsoft are mentioning, kind of what are the market dynamics kind of around that growth? And I appreciate that's probably a fully loaded question, and we've only got like 10 minutes left or something, but I think it'd be interesting to get a viewpoint of what's driving that growth from a business perspective.
Well, sure, absolutely. In fact, it's funny that you would ask that question, because I have a session up in about 45 minutes where I will be going through these market dynamics. So I'll just give you the short version, okay? So we have these companies that I've mentioned, and in the next session I'm going to be covering Microsoft Teams specifically, WebEx calling, Zoom and Zoom Phone, and then RingCentral, okay? And we're going to look at the market dynamics. So Microsoft is clearly the leader. We're estimating about 15 million seats right now for Microsoft. Then Cisco today announced 10. In my session, I'm doing it for the end of the year, and so I'm going to announce 9, at least as of the end of last year, okay? And then the other two have about 5, between 5 and 6. And so what we see is we have the market leader, at least right now, that's Microsoft, and then we have these other 3 that are down a little bit lower. And then we have a whole bunch of other players, like 15 or 16 other players that we track, okay? But if we look at the market dynamics, really, Adam, what's happening here is there's a massive, I don't know if I'll say transformation, but really migration from the on-premises PBX seats to these UCaaS seats. Now,
Right.
not everybody's clearly not everybody's going to do that, okay? But I did a market TAM, and I did that by counting all the on-premises PBX seats that I could find that I think are out there. And then, interestingly enough, Microsoft, they bought Metaswitch a few years ago. So there are, I'm estimating 20 million, roughly, maybe 21 million of those seats that are up for play, that are in play. And then Cisco has about 28 million BroadWorks seats. So those seats are in play. So if we just add those two, that's 48 million seats. Then if we add in all of the PBX seats, the total is 447 million seats that are in play. So that's the market TAM, okay, for this UCaaS market. Clearly not everybody's going to go to UCaaS and to telephony-based UCaaS, but the market's huge. So right now, today, we're estimating it's over 20 billion, and there may not be an end in sight, at least in the next, in the near term.
Yeah, those numbers are pretty incredible,
They're
right?
huge, aren't they?
Yeah. And how does this, I guess, when we think about the way that work has changed for people, we talk a lot on the team at Omdia around work becoming more mobile, and I guess communications becoming more mobile in a way too. How does that kind of play into this whole area and what you're looking at?
Well, that's really awesome to ask that, because one of the things that we've noticed in the enterprises is that people are making fewer calls to the PSTN. They're meeting a lot more using these tools, Teams and Zoom and WebEx and RingCentral and all these others, okay? And so the actual amount of calling to the PSTN on an individual basis is going down, all right? However, everybody still has some kind of a phone line or a mobile phone. And so one of the awesome things, and I know that you're involved with this as well, would be things like Microsoft Teams Mobile, where instead of having to have basically a landline or an IP line effectively through with a separate phone number, you're going to be able to get that a single phone number that works on your mobile device, plus it'll work on, if you happen to have a phone on your desk that, say, is a Teams phone or your Teams client, it will work across there, but you have one number. And I think that's fantastic and awesome. And Cisco has a play like that too, WebEx Go, and there's some things in the works with Cisco as well. RingCentral has this. We really call it AT&T Office at Hand, I think, which is a similar thing where you can have a single number. So what that does is that's shifting at least this voice portion over to the mobile device.
Right.
So I think there's some real legs in that market. So I mentioned this TAM, 447 million. Well, probably a fair amount of that, once these voice on the mobile devices get going and where these are integrated in, probably a significant portion of that is going to go to these mobile plans and mobile operators. So that's a real big opportunity if the mobile operators can get behind it and get this implemented along with those vendors.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess just as the worker, the individual has kind of moved away from the confines of the office, so is kind of that communication infrastructure and I think
it just makes so much sense, Adam, to do that on my mobile device as opposed to having some separate phone line. And the mobile device in that case, at least that phone number would be owned by my business, so that if for some reason I leave or something like that, that number stays with the business. I don't have a secondary thing, and it's just so easy for me to use. Well, we didn't really explain to the audience what the advantage here is, but I'm in those scenarios that we talked about for mobile, I'm using the actual cellular voice connectivity as opposed to a VoIP call using a Teams client or a WebEx client or something like that. It's actually using the voice carrier.
this is exciting. I wish we had more time to speak, but we're getting the signal that time is there for us, unfortunately.
Okay.
So listen, thank you so much for the insights.
Adam, it's good to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back everybody to Enterprise Connect here in Orlando. I'm Adam Holtby, Principal Analyst with Omdia on the NoJitter News Desk. I am joined by another one of my colleagues, this time David Myron from Omdia. David, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
How are we doing? Enjoying the Orlando weather?
Oh yeah, well it beats the New York weather, so for sure.
It beats the New York weather.
I'm enjoying it, yeah.
Excellent. No, David, it's great that you could find the time to stop by. Just maybe give us a little bit of an introduction to yourself and the type of research that you do at Omdia.
Sure, yeah. So I am a principal analyst at Omdia, focusing on CCaaS, contact center as a service, workforce engagement management, as well as AI as it applies to the contact center. And we also have a global contact center market forecast report, which focuses on agent staffing.
Give me a little bit of, an insight into the type of research that you're working on at the minute, the type of reports that you're developing.
Yeah, sure. So we just recently finished our global contact center market forecast, as I mentioned, which takes a look at agent staffing by country, by region, and globally. And so this is helpful in trying to determine any sort of trends in agent positions by verticals, by hosted versus on premises. We just introduced this year a new component of it that focuses on whether agents are fully remote, fully in the office, or hybrid, which I was very excited to see the results on. There's some pretty fascinating.
Go on, give us an insight. Come on.
Yeah,
share
sure.
some of the details.
All right, I'll give you a sneak peek. So. In 2020, we found that at the start of the pandemic, we found that there was about 68% of agents globally were required to work from home. Right. This is when the work from home mandates were first initiated. Everyone had to basically pack up and go home. Well, most everyone, unless you were an essential worker,
okay.
Right, then you could stay. So what happened though is that over the course of the 3 years, it's been 3 years since the start of the pandemic, and through to the end of the forecast period, which is 2026, we're forecasting that the work from home agent will decline at a compounded annual growth rate of 22%.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
so
it's a rapid
decline, right?
Yeah, so, but conversely, we're seeing the in-office agent increase by about 15% per year. It started out at around 16% in 2020. We're expecting it'll be somewhere in the mid-30% range by 2026. So it's interesting to note that before the pandemic, you had a lot of people in the office. Yeah. And then suddenly people had to work from home. But now, instead of everyone just automatically going back fully in the office, we're noticing that about 49% will be hybrid, actually. So we're seeing where you had work from home dropping at a compound annual growth rate of 22%. Hybrid is increasing 22% since the start of the pandemic and through to the end of the forecast period in 2026. So, you know, it suggests that if you were to add the work from home agents, the fully work from home agents with the hybrid agents, it brings you to somewhere around 64% of agents globally will have to work from home in some capacity. Right. Yeah. So pretty interesting numbers.
Which is, that must be quite revolutionary for that industry, right? Because when I think about contact center agents, they've very much traditionally kind of been based in a single location, whereas you've got, I guess, a lot more diversity in terms of the locations, at least, from which agents can work from.
Right. It means you have to think about how you staff your contact center, who you're staffing your contact center with, the technology you use to staff your contact center, and it also means how do you train and monitor, how do you improve their performance, how do you watch and monitor the customer experience and improve the customer experience. So, you know, it's harder when we're not face to face in the same facility. If you're my manager and you say to me, you know, David, just by looking at you, you look a little flustered, or you lose all of that interpersonal one-on-one interaction when you switch to a work from home or a hybrid model. Sometimes when people are at home and not in the office, you can't get that, right? So there's been a big uptick in workforce engagement management solutions, things like call recording, things like quality monitoring, speech analytics, and workforce engagement management or workforce management solutions, so scheduling and forecasting types.
And on the, I guess on the whole workforce management piece, and just from what you were saying there, this is more than just kind of an issue that could be solved by new digital capabilities, right? It's different management practices and management styles to get the best out of those people.
Yeah, so it's not only just about the technology. There are several things you have to think about. You have to think about the customer experience, right? You have to think about, well, how do I get my agents to perform to the level that we need them to perform at or better than when they were in the contact center. And we need to make sure that the customers are happy with the performance. But on top of that, there's another element, which is the employee experience. So in the contact center, as I mentioned before, there are certain visual cues you can pick up on that you might not be able to when they're working from home. So you want to be able to make sure you're staying in tune to that as well. And so there are some interesting solutions that have been released since the start of the pandemic that because we can look at things like sentiment, and initially it was thought that, well, we can get this customer sentiment. Let's listen to the customer to try to figure out what they're thinking, what their sentiment is, and try to improve the situation if it needs to be improved, or continue doing whatever it is we're doing right if the sentiment is good. But if you can use that technology on the customer, why can't you use it on the agent?
Right.
So if you can, then you should be able to, let's say as a contact center manager, be able to say, hey, I noticed that this customer raised his or her voice, or the decibel levels on the call were through the roof, and that alerted me.
Wow.
And so take a break. Take a minute, take 2 minutes, and just that simple act could improve productivity, just agent satisfaction, and as well, the studies have been shown that it also improves productivity as well when they're able to just disconnect from a hot situation and then step away, rejuvenate, gather themselves, come back, and they're able to be better performers.
Yeah,
as well.
that's great. That's fantastic. Any kind of notable news from the show then that you've kind of caught on to the past day or so?
So it's only we're only here about a day and a half, but there are a couple of things that I saw that I thought were pretty interesting. So Zoom made an announcement with its Zoom IQ to leverage AI and as well as or generative AI, and that's supposed to help with to facilitate things like communication, summaries, and et cetera.
Yep.
I think RingCentral came out with a RingSense for Sales, which is also leveraging generative AI to help salespeople write emails. Right, so come up with a first draft of an email and enable them to edit it and send it out, help them with coaching. So these are interesting new developments. Curious to see them more one-on-one, to see if how that's working. Generative AI is getting a lot of attention at this show. So curious to see what's truly generative AI and what's they're calling generative AI. Some of it is rules-based AI, which I don't know that would necessarily be considered generative AI, but I'm happy to take a look at what they're offering and see how that's working out.
Yeah, it's very much, I guess, the new buzz in the industry, right? I guess, given that it's captured the attention of so many different people, both, I guess, in and away from business too. It's definitely something that's been a big focus for a lot of organizations at the show.
Yeah, and then one other thing, I think Zoom also made an announcement with Calabrio around workforce engagement management.
Yep.
So to the point that we were talking about before regarding agent scheduling and forecasting, Zoom is clearly, they've already made their big announcement in the contact center, and so they're just stepping up their game a bit, and it's interesting to see that. And I think it's just probably be a matter of time before they consider themselves and everybody else considers them more of a CCaaS player. So I think they're almost there. They have a few more steps to go. But,
Perfect. Yeah, David, thank you so much for the time. Very much appreciate it.
All right.
It's been great. Thanks
for
a lot.
having me.
Thank you very much. Other way, other way. Okay, welcome back everybody. My name is Adam Hutby, Principal Analyst with Omdia. I am delighted to be joined by another one of my colleagues, Myla D'Antonio from Omdia. Myla, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you,
Good
Adam.
to catch up. How is the event? How are you
It's
enjoying
so great.
things?
It's busier than last year.
Yeah?
And I'm really enjoying it. A lot of great announcements at the show so far.
Well, of course, last year was still, we were at the back end of the pandemic, so I think people were still experimenting and stuff. Do you get a sense that kind of things are a lot busier than last year?
A lot busier, a lot of excitement. It's back to normal.
Oh, excellent. So give us a little bit of a high-level intro to yourself and the type of research that you do at Omdia. It'd be great to learn a little bit more about that.
Oh, sure. So I am a principal analyst on Omdia's customer engagement team. And what I do is I focus on the technologies that enable connected customer experiences. And that has me largely focused on customer engagement platforms, journey orchestration, customer data platforms. These are all converging in that area to help companies make sense of the fragmented mess, I guess.
Right, got you. And what are some of the dynamics at hand in the market then? Like what are the themes, the trends that are driving your research area and your interests there in particular?
Sure. Well, I would say the two overarching trends, and I'm seeing this here today, I would say the big one being ChatGPT. I mean,
yeah, we were just,
I mean, I didn't even. So there's been several announcements here around ChatGPT, and I think it's safe to say it's this mega global trend. And even though it's early days, I think the value of it is though that it's getting everyone talking about AI and focused on AI, and it's getting people in the organizations who may not have even thought or discussed AI before, talking about, well, how can this help my organization, my team, my customers? And I think the initial use cases will be these siloed instances that may help solve or enable repetitive tasks, but I think we're going to quickly see companies suddenly look at it in terms of, well, how can this help transform my customer experience and streamline my customer journeys?
Yeah.
I think that'll happen more quickly than
Yeah, I think you're right. That's one thing that I've observed is that because folks are kind of using it more, AI isn't just kind of this thing that exists but nobody knows anything about. People are getting real hands-on experience with it, which I think is driving interest in kind of the business context too, right? And there must be just so many possibilities from a customer engagement perspective in terms of how it could be used.
I think you're right, and I like I said, it's early days, but I heard this the CEO of AMD speak last week, and she said that it is the week, the month, and the year of AI, and I think that that really resonated with me because I know myself and other Omdia analysts, we foresee accelerated AI-powered technology investments this year that not only assist the customer, but employees. And I think that's really going to help solve that challenge that companies currently face of balancing the need to improve operating efficiencies, but really stay focused on the customer experience, continuously elevate it, and keep up with what customers want and need, which is the ability to communicate effectively across digital channels.
You kind of mentioned it briefly there, but the importance of that link and that integration between kind of the employee experience and the customer experience, right? Because if you're delivering a great employee experience, then you're in a better position to deliver a better customer experience. Is that kind of a trend that's gathering momentum in the industry?
It is. I hope to see more of it in the coming months because EX, employee experience, and CX, customer experience, are linked. You have to position your employees, I think, at the center of the customer experience. And what that entails is equipping them with the data, the customer data, the real-time customer data, equipping it, giving them the data at their fingertips so that they can respond in real time to these journeys and visualize those journeys. So you really need both of the CX tools as well as the workforce collaboration tools to enable that.
And how about, I guess, beyond AI, from a technical perspective, any other kind of technologies that are exciting in this space at the minute?
Yes, the other one that I'm hearing a lot of here is this realization that CCaaS is becoming sort of like a narrow market, a narrow definition.
Right.
It no longer represents how customers communicate with the brands. The majority of customer journeys don't even start in the contact center. They start in what I call digital entry points along the enterprise. So whether that be search, your website, social media, that's where the majority of customer interactions are starting. So we have to stop thinking in terms of modalities, CCaaS, UCaaS, CPaaS, and start thinking more broadly about how to deliver a unified customer experience in the digital channels of the customer's choice. And that is largely being delivered through this emerging platform called customer engagement platforms.
Right, so those are the platforms that I guess interlink and better connect all those different kind of touch points that you mentioned where a customer kind of interacts with an organization.
Correct. We at Omdia, we define them as platforms that are able to capture data from a variety of customer touch points, that's able to analyze that, integrate that, create those unified, persistent customer profiles that are so essential for delivering personalized experiences, and then orchestrate a relevant, personalized offer, communication, interaction across any channel or device of a customer's choice. That's a customer engagement platform, and we're seeing a lot of adjacent markets around the contact center converging to enable this streamlined approach.
Wow. In terms of like the research that you're working on, or maybe something that you've published recently, kind of anything to share there in terms of exciting deliverables that you've maybe gone live with recently?
Well, a research data point that sticks in my mind is this momentum around or interest in planned investments in terms of the capabilities to help integrate all the data. Companies are plagued with data complexities, data challenges, and recent Omdia ICT Enterprise Insights survey data show significant investments planned in areas like customer data platforms. I think it was over 60% of respondents said they intend to invest in those. These are platforms that help capture that data and analyze it. There were other significant investments in databases and data warehouses, as well as API integrations. So I think it represents an exciting time, one that will propel us into this era. We're really going to start to see this digital-first, omni-channel approach start to really manifest this year.
Any other kind of key announcements from the show that have maybe struck your interest? We spoke about AI briefly. I think one of the big potentials about AI that we haven't maybe touched on is how it may change how people interact with that data, right? Instead of it kind of being hidden away in these systems and utilization and interaction with it's difficult, AI maybe gives us that layer by which we can better interact with it. But I guess in addition to that, anything else that you've maybe seen from the show that's been of interest?
To your point, I think in terms of the AI, I think just from today, I'm starting to realize that eventually all customer-facing employees, all contact center employees, all those interactions are going to be supported eventually by AI. In terms of surfacing the knowledge through either agent assist or dynamic knowledge bases. I see big interest in that. We see that there's real value when AI-powered technologies aid in that knowledge transfer, that real-time knowledge transfer and decision making. And the convergence of the AI with the knowledge is really going to be critical in areas like the contact center. I think they're going to see real value of that in terms of realizing, deep customer insights, obtaining deeper customer insights, in turn growing customer retention and loyalty.
Yeah, AI is far from artificial, right?
Right.
I say it quite a lot. It's more kind of augmented intelligence as opposed to artificial intelligence.
I like that, yes.
Yeah, you can steal that. I might give you that one, maybe, potentially. No, excellent. So anything else, just kind of in the brief few seconds we've got left, kind of anything else of kind of note that you've seen from the show, anything that's...
Let's see, just on the AI theme, I've seen a couple announcements around vendors who are offering capabilities around infusing AI across their platforms, embedding that. I think that's really promising, because right now in so many companies there are all these sort of siloed instances of AI, and I think this will really help to get them over that cautious hump of, let me deploy this AI in this siloed instance to just create this operating efficiency.
Mila, massively appreciate your insights.
Thank you,
It's been
Adam.
brilliant today.
Thank
you
you
so much. Very much appreciate everything. And to learn a little bit more about Mila's research, you can head to omdia.com. Okay, I am joined by another colleague now, Prachi Neymar, who works as part of the Omdia Digital Workplace team. Prachi, good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Adam.
How are you doing?
I am doing great. What about you?
Are you enjoying everything that Enterprise Connect has to offer?
Absolutely.
Good.
It's such a lovely show. I did come last year.
Yep,
so
right, okay.
Being here again is just get to learn so much more than through the virtual presence.
There is that kind of added element to that human interaction, right?
Absolutely.
And even for our team, because this is the first opportunity that we as a team have had to be all together in person.
Yeah, and I'm getting to see you.
Exactly,
right?
I'm no longer just a 2D image. I am in 3D. So give us a brief introduction to yourself and the research that you develop at Omdia. So what kind of takes your time day to day?
Yeah, so I work within the Unified Communications and Collaboration stream, and I cover video conferencing equipment and collaborative meeting services. These are cloud-based video conferencing services.
Okay.
Right, so I track this market by different vendors, their market shares, shipments of devices, and also revenue for different vendors. And then I build complicated forecasting models to look at what's going to happen in 5 years' time.
So what's kind of the major market trends, market themes that you're kind of writing about and delving into recently?
Yeah, so Adam, now that we have got hybrid work becoming prevalent, right? Some people are working from home, others are working in the office. How do you bring all of them together and give that meeting equity, right, as you do these virtual meetings? And one of the elements that I'm writing about and I'm researching a lot is how can you provide that equitable experience to everybody regardless of their location.
Right.
So everybody should be heard and seen clearly. Everybody should have the same real estate on the screen. How can you do it? Maybe there are so many different ways different vendors are trying to address this. Some are trying to do it with multi-camera solutions across the room. Some are trying to do it using a tabletop solution. Some are trying to do it in the software. Some are trying to do it using artificial intelligence within the device.
We saw a lot of that, didn't we? I was at the Cisco keynote this morning, and the kind of the cinematic meeting rooms and meeting experiences with the multiple cameras, etc. It's interesting how those kind of physical spaces are evolving to, as per your point, kind of deliver those more equitable meeting experiences. Are we kind of far off from mass adoption of these type of capabilities, do you think? I mean, what's the dynamics at play within an organization to adopting those type of capabilities?
I think enterprises want to adopt it. It's just that they are pushing it further simply because they want to understand what is the best technology that will work in, regardless of the different types of meeting spaces that they have, right? And this is an evolving technology. If you commit to something, obviously, in 6 months down the line, you have a much better solution. You cannot scrap and move on to. So I think it's a wait and watch approach until this gets more established, right? And once it gets established, once we have a really well-defined and well-crafted product, it will see mass adoption.
Who's kind of leading on those type of initiatives? Because to me, there's kind of an element of facilities management there in terms of those folks having an interest in how the physical workplace is evolving. There's obviously a technology viewpoint. Who's kind of owning on these type of initiatives, driving them? Who has interest in them?
Yeah, I earlier it was IT driven, right? But now you have facilities, HR, IT. It's becoming more democratic, right? An approach in terms of deciding what goes where in which meeting space. So I would say it depends on which vertical we are talking about. Which are we talking about enterprises or SMBs, or those dynamics start playing in these spaces. But overall, we are moving away from that unilateral decision taking to and equipping these meeting spaces towards a more democratic approach.
Yeah, a common theme, I guess, on the technology angle that everybody that I've spoke with has discussed has really been kind of AI, right, in terms of how that's impacting these areas. And it's evident kind of just from seeing the keynotes this morning that there's a big role for AI in terms of, these hardware pieces that you look at, right?
AI in hardware where it comes to the edge, right, rather than being in the cloud. That is always going to be key differentiation, and especially for device vendors, if they can bring that out intelligence into the device, it helps them to do a lot of processing at the edge rather than transfer to the cloud and then have that the latency, right, and remove that step from transmitting from the device to the cloud and then waiting for the response, right? So,
yeah. And what else have you maybe kind of gauged from the show in terms of announcements or things you've heard that are of interest? Anything else to kind of share?
I think everybody's talking about AI, right?
Yeah.
And
we're getting the sense of that,
Yes, large language models. But the good thing is that not everybody is just picking up the generic product, right? But they're trying to adapt it and adapt to their own sort of environment, right?
Right.
To their customers' needs, right? So training them on their own data, training them on specific use cases, looking at where are the gaps in the market and how they can address those gaps. That, I think, is come out as a key theme, as I have spoken with several vendors here.
Yeah.
That they are being creative in this area, which is important, isn't it?
How is this kind of, I guess, translating into the type of research that you're working on at the minute? Maybe what is it that you're developing? Something you've published recently that maybe speaks to these areas?
I would love to develop something like this because I don't think I have looked into the impact of AI specifically within the devices and the collaborative meetings, and how these two can come together to create powerful solutions, right? Right now, when we talk about meeting summaries, or that AI can generate nice summarized meetings for you, where you don't really need to be in the meeting.
That's the key, isn't it? Like the summaries are becoming so good, so succinct that you don't actually need to attend.
Imagine a time when there's nobody in the meeting.
And then that begs the question. So if nobody's in the meeting, what are you going to summarize? Nobody attended.
Nobody attending. Yeah. So looking at those different aspects, and then like we talked about cameras and we talked about meeting room equipment, and then we're talking about these powerful AI capabilities in the cloud, and how these two together come and remove those physical barriers that we currently have, remove those social barriers. Right now, imagine, we are always virtual, so it's so difficult to form that social bonds and have those even more emotional connections, right?
Yeah.
Those are missing in a virtual world. Maybe technology would be able to address that, and I'm sure it would one day be able to connect us more in a much more inclusive way, rather than feeling the disjoint experience.
Yeah, it is an interesting point. I guess when you think about kind of equitable experiences, it makes you kind of think, is that ever really possible? Because there's always going to be, compromises, right? Regardless of which method you're kind of focused on.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, let's innovate. There used to be earlier. There was a lot of talk about virtual meetings are far better than physical meetings. Why? Because you can record those meetings. You can have a translation. You know, if people from two different countries they have a language barrier, you can remove that through translation. You can have transcription. You can have meeting minutes and then record it, search on the content, and look at anything specific within the meeting that you want to listen to again. Right, those things. If it's a personal meeting, you can't do any of those things, right? Unless you start recording, right?
Exactly. No, I really appreciate the time, Prachi. Thank you so much. We're going to go to a break now. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us today, and we'll see you again soon. Welcome back to the No Jitter News Desk here at Enterprise Connect. Terry Sweeney here, contributing editor for No Jitter. And joining me now is Andy Bird, Vice President of Product Strategy with Concentrix. Andy, thanks for joining us on the No Jitter News Desk.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
We've got UCaaS, CCaaS, CPaaS. Customers have tons of choices. There's some overlap, there's some competition, there's obviously also some complementarity.
help us understand this whole comms as a service landscape and just maybe unwork this Venn diagram for us, if you will.
Well, as a service is this great thing, right? I get to move everything from where I managed it on-prem, and I get to move it into the cloud. And we've extended that. So you have software as a service, you've got unified communications as a service, you've got contact center as a service, and the list goes on. I mean, everything has if you go look it up on Google, you'll find a lot of as a service on there, right? So be careful with your searches, right? And that's what's important. And so, but there's this whole value where I get to lift everything that I was currently managing today and move it into the cloud. And so it's become aspirational for a lot of companies. But we still see that 70% of the companies haven't gotten there yet because it is a heavy lift to do. And so, we'll be talking about it today, but I mean, I think we have some ways of making that easier for customers to do that.
Okay, I mean, 70%, that's quite a bit. That's higher than I would have thought. Are the options mutually exclusive? Like if I've got huge call center operations or customer support needs, do I need to standardize around a single XaaS option?
You don't need to standardize, but you do need to have a strategy.
Okay.
You do need to know where you're going and why. So what outcomes am I looking to get? Because some of it is just predictability, some of it is cost savings. So you want to make sure that you understand what you're actually trying to achieve first before you even take the step to go forward to do that. And that's a big deal. Setting that up, it's a design, build, run strategy. It's what we at Concentrix really love to talk about. And that is, what does that look like? How am I going to build it? And then who's going to run it? And what are those outcomes that I expect in a retrospective?
Okay. So you're in regular contact with existing and potential customers all the time. For organizations that don't standardize around a single as a service approach, what are some of the elements that they have in common? What are you noticing there?
So they don't standardize only because they're looking for the wrong things. Instead of that run setup, they're not looking for those outcomes. They're just looking for the immediate cost savings to check a box.
Is that the big driver, the cost savings?
The cost savings tends to be, right?
Sure.
Because now I don't have to employ personnel to manage something in-house in a 19-inch rack at off-site or on-site, right, in that regard. And so we get to move that. I get quicker deployments. I get to receive software faster. So you get a lot of those primary, secondary, and tertiary benefits.
They probably also get faster approvals from their own purchasing process because they're showing savings, yeah?
Yeah, just like anything else in the cloud that we have, from Netflix on over, you just put in your credit card and you can keep that subscription running. Yeah.
And of course you encourage sharing of passwords as well. So,
absolutely. Share your passwords with everyone. No, definitely not.
As organizations change up their platforms, what do you see as some of the regular challenges that they bump up against during transition to one of these as a service options?
So one is sometimes you get locked in, right? So if you go to an as a service, you could get contractually or feature obligated, and that's what people miss a lot. Is they understand the contractual stuff. They can read 3 years commitment, right, on this as a service, but the features you get locked into. So you get locked into a vendor where you may not be able to pivot later down the road, and that is a big challenge right now that we're seeing. Is you get locked into some of these contracts and you're going, wait, generative AI just came out. What is my vendor going to do with that today? And they don't have an answer yet. And so you end up in a waiting game where you could be actually recouping revenue or deflecting costs.
What do you advise in those situations?
I advise you start to explore the alternative options, which is what we're, one of the things I wanted to talk about today. We have developed a product called AnyPass, and what it allows you to do is pivot from one vendor to another very, very quickly, very succinctly, and ingest all the information from the previous vendor, whether on-prem or cloud, and migrate it over. And so we feel that gives that flexibility and democratization so customers have a choice and they don't get vendor lock-in.
How's that different from what else is out there? Is the portability a bit more cumbersome with existing options or competitive options?
Yeah, today I would say it takes about 18 weeks minimum, and we've seen it go all the way to 2 years to migrate from one vendor to the next.
Okay.
And we can do it now in an hour or less.
Wow, impressive. Customers do get very tied to their existing communication platform vendors for these very reasons, because changing is so painful, because it's not seamless, because it takes so long. What possible objections could they have to something like AnyPass?
Yeah, so what they could say is making sure that the feature functionality lines up. So in the translation, when you do that, one vendor might look at data one way and another vendor might look at data a different way. For example, take something like in the call center, average handle time. One vendor looks at average handle time with the after call work. Another vendor may not. And so how do I standardize that, normalize that between the two vendors? We have solved that problem, to be fair. So we've been able to normalize that data between both systems so that when you do the deployment, you get the same experience no matter what. And that is the true democratization that people are looking for, I think, from a customer perspective. We hear so much fear, uncertainty, and doubt about moving to the cloud, and that's really the problem that we want to alleviate from customers, is making sure that they don't have that fear, uncertainty, and doubt anymore. They can pivot as they need to based upon their business, time, revenue, etc.
Okay, what are some good first questions that potential adopters of AnyPass might want to ask themselves or explore within their own organizations?
What do I need? How do I best want to have the journey for my customer? That's the best question, is what is the best experience my customer could possibly want? And that's what we're looking for, is it in a channel outside of voice? Is it a chat channel? Is it on the web? What does that experience look like, and where are my typical pitfalls? And so we deploy, we work with other vendors and partners to help us understand that journey mapping so that we can actually give them the right content and the right path to follow that's the easiest and brings the biggest CSAT.
So I'd like to return to the AI comment that you made. ChatGPT has exploded. The hype around AI was already pretty loud.
Yeah.
I mean, AI has gone a little nuts. I'm wondering, from your perspective, with the customers you talk to, as they bring AI requirements, and to your point earlier about getting locked into specific features, are we at a point in the marketing or the maturation of the technology? Are customers just asking for this because it's in the wind and I know I need to ask about AI, or are they really looking at this in a thoughtful way that tracks with their requirements?
Yeah, I think this is a great question, because we're all over in the news, right? I think every single customer of any customer that I interact with needs to have a point of view on this. And really the point of view comes down to is, where can I leverage this technology to bring the biggest benefit to my customers? From my perspective, you got to look at automation, you got to look at context, and you got to still remember empathy, right? Because their customers still want empathy involved. So how do I automate it and still include that empathy? And what's really interesting about, we'll talk about ChatGPT, but generative AI as a whole, is the way that it contextualizes all the data and brings that to bear so that you get the most information possible. So you can ask questions that you couldn't ask before. How long should I smoke a brisket for, right? Imagine being able to ask an AI how long I should smoke a brisket for, right? By the way, it's 12 hours. So
good to know.
that's Franklin's recipe in Austin. But the point is there's additive things, but there's a key, and that is, who are you using to help you navigate that technology? Putting on guardrails, because you have to train it effectively. Generative AI can be misinformed, and I'm saying that in a nice way. I could have said it a little bit harsher, but
Sure.
It can give you wrong information. If you train it appropriately, then it will give you the right answer at the right time with the best context.
In just a few words, are customers often using AI and automation interchangeably? Do those mean the same things to customers?
They do.
Okay.
They're using it quite a bit, but their automation goes further than just AI, because sometimes it could be RPA. And so automation is more of the broad term, and AI is a subset of it, in the way I think of it.
Andy, terrific perspective on the as-a-service market. Really appreciate you stopping by the No Jitter News Desk and talking to us.
I'm so glad you guys had me. I appreciate it very much. Thanks.
Thanks, Andy. We've been talking with Andy Bird of Concentrix. This has been Terry Sweeney with the No Jitter News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment here at Enterprise Connect 2023. After this short break, Eric Kraft, General Manager and Program Co-Chair of Enterprise Connect, will take this chair to talk with Craig Doerr at Wainhouse Research. You're not going to want to miss this, so see you back here in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the No Jitter News Desk here at Enterprise Connect 2023, our final session of the video live streaming today. We are happy to be joined by Craig Doer, Senior Analyst with Wayne House Research. Craig, always a pleasure. Thanks for stopping by the news desk.
It's great to be back here again. It's been a full year since I saw you. But
well,
yeah.
it's been a full year, I imagine, but you are back. You're hosting a session tomorrow.
I am.
Technology's role in the new office experience.
Right.
Before we dive in on the content, I'm wondering if you can just define that term, new office experience, for viewers for whom it may be new.
Sure. So, I mean, to call something like that has everything to do with how we're trying to get people back into or utilize the office space, right?
Okay.
I mean, there's a triangulation taking place between the workforce, the workplaces, and the workflows. So that new office experience is how these are coming together in the advent of hybrid work, in a lot more video-enabled environments with people working remotely. So it's a whole new way to approach this space and enable it with appropriate technology.
Work has been so distributed for the last 3 years.
Right.
The technology, in most cases, hasn't really kept up. In a lot of places it has, but it sounds like this model is trying to reflect the new reality of how people have come to expect to work.
Yeah, I mean, we were at a point where we were all on site at one point in time. The start of the pandemic, we were all remote. And now we're trying to find that right blend in between, right? I don't need to kind of spew out any of these stats about hybrid work and how many people want to come in the office versus employers. So there's tension there right now. And part of that tension is really driven about the efficiency, the friction that's taking place. So this session is going to talk about ways to think about removing that friction in the process.
Great stuff. Let's dive in a little bit more. Can you take a deeper cut at some of the panelists and maybe some of the points you expect to get addressed there?
Sure. So the way we're approaching it is this. We know a lot about the technology that's taking place in a conference room, video conferencing and what have you. We want to talk about that unified experience around the office that takes place outside of the conference room. So you can start thinking about places, shared desk, lobbies, what's taking place even in other spaces like parking lots and other places where people might check in. There's the workflow. Are you in on the same day that I'm in the day? Or are you and I going to be able to coordinate our schedules? Can we confirm equipment's available? Maybe we want to be in a collaboration-centric room or not. So what's taking place is there's a lot of expansion of this new technology in these new areas.
It strikes me that the conference room has become virtualized. I mean, with Zoom or Teams or whatever your platform of choice is. The conference room doesn't really exist anymore.
You know, it's funny, it's a whole nother topic, but I always talk to my clients about like this. There was a point in time where the conference room was the epicenter of the meeting, right? And somebody was virtual on the wall looking in. These days, what we're dealing with now is the meeting itself has been virtualized. And the conference room is just another point looking into that meeting.
Right.
There's somebody from home, there's other people around the other point of the world, another conference room. So it creates a really interesting dynamic, yeah.
So let's pull the camera back even a little further. Are we seeing a convergence of communications technology with apps like desk booking, wayfinding, those kinds of things?
Yeah, it's exactly along that lines. And what's taking place is this office environment, this new office has new stakeholders. So not only is IT thinking about what they need to do, but facilities is thinking about what they need to get out of it. And HR is trying to think about what they're getting out of it. So as you start going outside of this room, you're starting to think about the technology around desktop booking, which is the base of it. But then you also start thinking about analytics. Who's coming in the office? When are they coming? How do I plan resources around that? Then you start thinking even beyond that. Start talking about how do I optimize people to work? Do I cluster certain people in certain areas? You're an engineer, you need access to a lab.
Sure.
This person's marketing, they want to be part of a collaboration room. I'm sales, I'm going to be on the phone a lot, so I need a place where I can talk out loud and do that. So there's a lot of coordination of the type of employees, the type of workers, to how you want to coordinate your spaces. And technology is that glue to help bring that all together.
Any other apps that are part of this convergence mix with the new office technology?
Yeah, so let me go through those different stakeholders if you think about it. So
Sure.
IT is thinking about the point around communications, unified communications. It's the core of what we're doing here right now, so I won't go too deep into that. HR is thinking about resources of the facilities. Do I have enough desks? Do I have enough spaces? Do I have enough parking spaces planned or whatever else? What's my flow coming in as well too? HR is thinking about that employee and their experience. Are those employees satisfied? Do they have a good experience coming in or not? Can I collect information that lets me know that they were productive in the office? was there friction in the way that they couldn't come in as well too. So these are the type of applications. There's pillars of stuff taking place out there. There's facility-centric software, HR-centric software, and these IT ones. And what's taking place nicely now is that they're being combined into either single software offerings or becoming feature set within some of our partner, the people sponsoring here, platforms. And that's some of the people we have in the panel.
Great. The other topic that seems to be on everybody's lips here is, of course, let's say it together, artificial intelligence.
AI. If there's two letters ever perfect together, they're married from the beginning.
Well, so ChatGPT and other AI bots have amplified what was already a pretty revved up marketing machinery around AI. What can you offer viewers in terms of maybe some possibly useful takeaways where AI's overall readiness for call centers, unified communication, and collaboration are concerned?
So I think what's going to take place in AI in this space, and some of these vendors are actually doing this. So by the way, on the panel is people from Cisco, from Zoom, from a company called Robin as well too. And a lot of what that AI deals with is there's a human element. You and I are trying to reach in to reserve a room, coordinate a work effort, make sure someone's going to be on site. And AI, in their minds and the way we see it, can help bridge those decisions. AI might come aboard and say, hey Craig, Terry's going to be in the office on Tuesday. Maybe you should plan your schedule so that you go in on Tuesday as well too. And it may come in and say, hey, you know what? I know that you have this project coming up. You should plan on this resource. So this resource is booked and you need it, and then maybe it's not a good time to plan for this coming in as well too. AI can also then help administrators as well too. One of the biggest examples I use is an office may have 50 people come in on Monday and then 500 on Tuesdays. Well, that IT administrator is like, well, what's going on? Well, it was an all-hands meeting, and so it drove a lot of people in on Tuesday, but they weren't there on Monday. But that AI can tell them, say, look, it's not just about having desks. It's about having, do you have network bandwidth ready? Do you have parking spots ready? Is the cafe ready for that influx of people? These are the type of things that I think predictive, generative information can help in those experiences.
That's great stuff. With regard to video and communication, what trends are you seeing there? What are you hearing sort of on the ground here at Enterprise Connect?
Taking a step back from what we're doing now, outside of the context of AI, because there was a lot of great, I call them intelligent cameras, intelligent audio solutions. I focus on the room-based scenarios, so those are important to me when I think about that and what's going on. But what I do see is that there's this great enablement of other use cases. Microsoft had a keynote. I was really excited to see what they said about enabling BYOD, or bring your own device spaces, right? So this is where the scenario where I'm an IT administrator, I don't want to overinvest into a room, and I might just put a video bar or something that lets me plug in a laptop and I can do a meeting. Well, the downside of that is it's not managed. I don't know if it's up and running or if issues taking place. So what they've offered is a great solution that allows the IT administrator to know what's taking place in these rooms, and the end user gets benefit because they can see things like a calendar on the screen. They did this partnership with Crestron, and I'm sure they're going to roll it out to other people as well too. So what I'm getting to is now you have these other spaces unified into this data lake of information. They can leverage this for management, even some of the things related to our session that we're talking about later on.
It sounds like more granular management, better consolidation, just better, like more of a meta view of what's happening there.
Yeah, another one, if I may, also is Cisco talked about what they called cinematic meetings. And this is something I'm really excited about. So cinematic meetings, what they're offering is a multi-camera solution that has intelligence driving the camera switching. Now, the reason why, you kind of see this in some smaller rooms or whatever else, but we're talking about those large room scenarios where you want to have 2-3 cameras on the walls focusing in as well too. So it's a lot more complicated taking place. And I think they've put some really good intelligence behind that. And one of the neat things they've done behind that too is they have the ability to switch over to what we call broadcast controls. So you have a very important meeting, your CEO is coming in from Informa, and what you want to do is you want to make sure it's a white glove service. So you take somebody over and they manage the cameras, and they do it. But for other meetings, they can allow the intelligence to take place, and that room gets utilized more.
Quality of service for video.
Yeah, exactly. It does. It's a great offering there. Now they'll have some, it's going to start in these high-end rooms, but once the market starts buying into this, we'll start seeing this start waterfalling, I think, into medium-sized rooms and eventually smaller rooms.
Craig, real briefly, any other interesting thing that has popped onto your radar in the last, say, 48 hours?
Yeah, unexpected, you mean? Something coming off, hot off the presses that I wasn't expecting? There was, let's see, OWL is a company here offering a camera solution. Now, a lot of people have been trying to work on this front of room and center of room combination camera solution. They actually have a one here that you can order it now, and it's going to be shipping within the next month. So they were kind of off the radar. We saw people like Logitech offering this. We think Neat is also working on this, and there's going to be some other interest in that space too. So it was great to see some products working on the showroom floor, not just still in development in that process there. So that was kind of interesting too.
Craig, I always learn something from you when we talk. Thank you so much for doing the No Jitter News Desk.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
We've been talking with Craig Doerr of Wayne House Research. This has been Terry Sweeney for the No Jitter News Desk. This actually brings us to the end of our live stream from Enterprise Connect. I want to thank all of our guests and sponsors for supporting this live stream. Mostly huge appreciation for you, our viewers and readers. Thanks for your attention and support for today's program. This has been Terry Sweeney for the No Jitter News Desk. Over and out from Orlando. We'll see you next year.